All right, looks like we are up and running. I have some exciting news for y'all. I can draw on the screen. It's a thing that I have the ability to do now. We can completely delete that. Play fucking tic-tac-toe up here. Boop, 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 boop. Oh no, I lost. That's great. I love it. It is fan freaking tastical. So we're going to start using that if I can remember. Um, I do have to go to a completely different screen to do that. One of these days when I get two monitors again, we'll be rocking and rolling with the second monitor. Actually, I might try and do that this month. I could probably find something used. It doesn't need to be a great monitor. I'd like to have something large because it sits a little bit farther away from me so I can see it a little better because I'm old and my eyesight's going. But yeah, then I could set that up on a second screen and then I could more easily draw on it. But oh, loaded into a dust storm, cool. Made me think that the Coriolis storm was going or something. So it looks like I maxed out on water, so I kind of made a mistake here, but check this out. Let's just bammo 957 duraluminum ingots. That's what I'm freaking talking about. That was a little excessive. We didn't need to do that. Looks like I'm pretty weak on resources right now. I didn't really play it all yesterday. I took the day off pretty completely. Looked into that drawing thing. Looked into some other stuff, some new art. It just kind of dinked around. Yo, what up, Daima? Yeah, but that's okay because I have. Check this out. I've got 6 of these large containers up here. These large water gatherers. 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I got 7 of these large water catcher things. We're good. I'll have more water in no time. I'm making 450K an hour. Yo, what up, Blighted? Yeah. No, that's 350K an hour. No, 350K every 8 hours. And I know how to math. I don't know what you're talking about. That's 350K every 8 hours. So you divide 350 by 8. You get 40, a little over 40. Almost 50K an hour. If I get one more, I'll be doing 50K an hour. Just living life. There you go, Blighted. Yo, what's up, Taco? How are y'all doing? How's the Dune treating you? I've also discovered that if I'm not to 80 um, production facilities, there's just no reason for me to not use this. Built a Mark V buggy yesterday and an assault. Heyo. You're further along than me. I still got a scrap buggy and no assault ornithopter. Just read it, our base is bougie. That's nice. Like a little bouginess in our bases. Oh dang, you guys got a full build base now. Nice. That's what's up. Good job. Way to rock and roll with it. I'm happy for y'all. 11K in taxes? No way. My base basically doesn't have anything in it, but it's so huge because I took over this whole mountainside. I sort of made my taxes super high. I gotta pay 24 grand. It's okay. It's okay. I got a couple of Couple of cycles worth here. Yeah, we're good. We'll be okay. You go to the world map and you go to either of the villages, Arrakis or Harko village, and there's a tax collector in there. And you just go pay your taxes there. What are we looking at? Do I have... Okay, I don't even have aluminum ore. See, look at that. I already got 2,700, 2,800 water. We just cranking. Just cranking. I wonder if I have the ability to build another one of those. No, what am I waiting on? We're just waiting on duraluminum. Perfect. Perfect. I think I found a base that didn't pay them, waiting for the power to go out so I could be a loot goblin. Yo, that's so mean. Why are you gonna steal somebody's shit like that, Taco? What you should do is find out who the player is and tell them they forgot to pay their taxes so that they can pay their taxes and then not steal their shit. Don't be a goofus. Let's make some more bullets. Haven't seen any evidence of people though, so I can't tell them. I mean, I really wanted to get all the big resources from the guild base we had. Yeah. Answer is most likely no, Daima. That's a favorite word in the English language. The flora? Do you mean the green shit? Plasteel microflora fiber? Yeah, this only comes from greens. So you can get this in the deep desert. You can get it at the deep desert PvP areas, as well as those random crashed ships that come down. That are just like out on the dunes that have the 3 different locations you can cut array into them. You also get these from those. But yes, the green stuff only appears in PvP zones. And it is required to make all of the gear in the game. Okay. We're going to have to wait a while, which means we have a really long time to do some of this stuff. But let's go ahead and let's go see about doing a quick aluminum run. I have plenty of storage that I can actually wait to run anything in my refineries for like 8 hours at a time, which is really nice because if I can find things that will run for a really long time, then I can just wait to build up lots of water. I don't think I quite have enough water storage, and I don't think I quite have enough water um, water catching. So I do need to get some more of these. I definitely want at least one more water catcher, so I know that I can get whatever it takes one water catcher 8 hours to get. I'll be getting 3 hour. So I'm pretty excited about that. So if I get one more water catcher, I know that I'm going to be getting 50,000 water an hour, which is pretty huge. But I would say it's probably about half as much as I could go through. Surprised you didn't split up the duraluminum. That did not take 10 hours of time. So the duraluminum only takes 5 seconds per piece to craft. Instead of the aluminum that takes 30. Which is why I didn't worry about splitting it up. Because you get 30 duraluminum a minute crafted. So by the time we get back from this aluminum run, I should have more than enough to go ahead and craft another water catcher. You suck. Wow, I'm just not quite close enough to both of those. That's garbo. Yeah, so 30 a minute, though, is only, it's not even an hour to do 1,000. It's not 30 a minute. It's 12. 12 a minute. I can do fucking math. What are you talking about? So it's a little over. I don't know. Math is hard. I don't give a fuck. You're right. It is like 10 hours. Holy shit. Can't believe it's like 10 hours. Hit a Mark 5 drive suit for me and Taco. Mark 5 buggy, assault copter yesterday. And we farm out like our jasmium and aluminum. Yeah. It's so nice. The thing that I like the most, why do I have a spotty connection? Don't you have a spotty connection, GeForce Now? I've been having a really bad time with my GeForce Now for the last like day and a half. It's kind of pissing me off. It's just been freezing up and kicking me out. I'm gonna lose all my chill. But anyway, so getting to higher tier gathering stuff, especially when you're a small group, or you know, like me, a solo, it feels really good to get those really high gathering rates, because then you get this opportunity to like just gather less. You know, you go out on one really big long run and you come back and you're set for like all day, and it feels really good. I love every minute of it. I really like being out on my buggy. There aren't very many things that I like more than just kind of cruising my buggy, gathering up some resources. Especially considering how broken everything is. I saw some stuff on Reddit that was talking about some people are getting banned for the really bad dupe that's been going on. So hopefully that's true. Hopefully they figured out what was going on and how to stop it and started banning some accounts and stuff. Because especially in a game that has a risk versus reward PvP system, that shit can be real bad. We could get another whole buggy. We could fill a storage of jasmium. Oh yeah. They're duping everything. It has to do, apparently. I haven't watched any of the YouTube videos on how to do it because I don't want to know. But I have read some Reddit stuff, and apparently it has something to do with the destruction buildings. I assume it probably has to do with the deep desert because, you know, you can build stuff for half as much out there. So it probably has something to do with building stuff in the deep desert and then destroying that stuff for full mats. And that's how they're duplicating their mats. But I didn't bring any fuel. Oh, I did bring fuel. Hey, I'm so smart. I think about duping, think about people getting mad. I don't know, it's in the Dune Discord. Yeah. Yeah, apparently it's been going on since closed beta test. Um, Obviously it takes a while for these duping methods and stuff to reach enough of the population that people who aren't actively seeking that information actually know about it. But then once it gets to that point, usually it gets fixed pretty well or pretty quickly. And then a bunch of people get banned, and it doesn't really matter because the damage is already done, because those people always have multiple accounts and they always dupe on the account that doesn't really matter and then transfer the stuff and obfuscate, where it comes from and all that stuff. So it's not like the resources have vanished if they ban an account, and it's not like the people who have benefited from those resources are not still currently benefiting. But at least, maybe they got rid of some of the accounts and closed the loop on that, hopefully. It's the same problem that every video game has. People are trash. That is absolutely correct. I want to believe in the general goodness of all people, but well, they just aren't. CSGO had a real dupe. What do you dupe in CSGO? Okay. Got it. Got it. Yeah, see, I've never really given a shit about that stuff. I'm not really a cosmetics person. Yeah, I kind of want to get the different building stuff. Not because I care, but because it'll just be better for the channel if I make something that's not garbage. Having a decent base to run around in and be able to show off a little bit and stuff will definitely be better for the channel. But, I've played League of Legends since before it had seasons. And I have like 3 cosmetics in that game. Because I don't even go like open boxes. I don't, when you get free shit for just playing and stuff like that, like I don't open that stuff. I just don't care. I got an Annie skin way back in the day because I bought a mouse or something that came with a skin when I needed a new mouse for my computer. And I've got like a Master Yi skin, but I just don't care. Unless there's gameplay reasons to get it. I will go out and find like cool skins for my weapons and stuff in a video game if I've got to go play to find the skin. That's a little bit different to me, but that's more of a flex on my playtime than it is a flex on how I look. Collect all the free stuff, especially on other games. I want it all. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. A lot of people are like that. Um, my older brother plays a lot of TFT, and so he buys the season pass, and he he's got tons of the little legend dudes and tons of the boards and all that stuff. And he never really was into cosmetics and stuff back in the day either. But I guess TFT has just kind of brought that out in him, and he likes having the little duders running around. Scion old skin back when he was meta. Oh, Scion's fun. I don't like new Scion, but the old version of Scion I really liked. Spent so much, unless you ask my hubs, then I haven't spent any. Can't be lying to the hubby. That's not cool. Yeah, I forget that League of Legends was a video game before I joined the Navy. And I joined the Navy like 15 years ago. It's almost like I don't have access to my bank account. I mean, if I ever got married, the best course of action would be to not give me access to the joint bank account. I can't be trusted. I'll buy all the bags of chips. Two 2009. Yeah, it was 2011, I think, when I left for boot. It's crazy. Middle school? No. No, I just left after my 6 years. Did one enlistment and then I bounced. I mean, I guess there's something that I've gained from the military. Like, I suppose I could go and like go to college or something. But no, mostly it was just a waste of probably the best 6 years of my life. I'm actually pretty bitter about the whole experience. The Navy or the military in general, while they espouse to provide sailors with, you know, comprehensive medical care and, you know, the GI Bill and all of this other stuff, they've also wrapped it in so much bureaucracy that there are lots of different ways to either make it so that you can't get it or make it prohibitively complicated to get it. So, like, there's all these wonderful things. They're like, go to college for free, let your spouse go to college for free, never have to worry about medical care for the rest of your life. But if you were in the military and you didn't properly get, you know, any sort of medical stuff that happened to you while you were in the military properly documented because you didn't want to be a crybaby and just go see medical all the time because you had work to do and shit, you know, and your direct supervisors are constantly giving you shit about, you know, fucking, oh, why are you spending all this time in medical? You don't need to go to medical. Just do your freaking job. Murder. It'll take care of itself. It doesn't fucking take care of itself. Um, and nobody is looking out for you. Everybody is looking out for themselves. Nobody is trying to help you, you know, learn about the bureaucracy or figure out what the bureaucracy is all about, and helping you navigate that. And so 90% of people get out of the military with way less than their benefits were supposed to be, and way less access to things that they were promised when they signed up. Because, I mean, what's better than being able to promise you something to get you to enlist and then not even have to follow through on that promise? Like, that's fantastic for them. They're just getting free time out of you. That's wonderful. So, yeah, me and the military don't get along. It's all just smoke and mirrors. Now, granted, if you go into the military knowing you're a smoke and mirror, that doesn't even make any sense. But if you go into the military knowing that, right, somebody gave you a heads up, somebody was there to help, coach you through how to deal with that bureaucracy, you can get a lot out of the military. I mean, there are a lot of programs for a lot of benefits, for a lot of free money, for a lot of, just stuff for the rest of your life. And you can make a really good go of it and you can do really well for yourself. But you have to understand that that has to be your priority. Right? You have to go into it saying, I'm taking advantage of all of these systems. And I don't care what anybody else or what anybody else thinks or what anybody else says. I'm doing it. What's up with the pentashield at the bottom? The pentashield at the bottom is the way in. So this is going to be my hangar bay, Daima. So this pentashield, I wanted kind of a moon pool. I saw it on somebody else's and I thought, ooh, that's cool. I want that. So you're going to fly up into the hangar bay here. And then there's going to be berths here. So you can dock your vehicles. Then it's going to go all the way up. And then probably, like back here where this rock's at, I'll probably try and make a big one. And I'll put like a carrier here. But there's going to be berths coming off of this. And it's going to go all the way up to the top. Which this is how high it can go. So I'm going to get like, I don't know, 6 or 7, maybe even more places where you can park vehicles, park ornithopters here. It'll be assault and scouts on the sides, and then the carrier, or maybe multiple carriers in the back. And then on the front side here, I'm going to put another level. So this level is the entrance level down here, but maybe halfway up. Hey, what's up, Damien? Over halfway through 20. I feel like 2025 started like yesterday. I don't know how we're already halfway. But I think halfway up, I'm going to put like an observation deck. It's just going to have windows all around. And it's going to bubble out. And so there will be a flat wall. But then there will be a bubble that goes both inside and outside. And that'll be like the observation/control tower. So you can see both outside and inside for people coming in and doing stuff and all that shit. Yo, Halloween's my favorite holiday. Halloween is litty. But yeah, it's not built. It's going to take a long time to get built, but nice. Halloween's your birthday? That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, I mean, what's better than candy? Candy and presents. I don't see any problem with that system at all. That sounds phenomenal. It's like the whole world is celebrating your birthday. No. In fact, Damien, you are wrong. I vehemently disagree. Candy greater than sex, 100% of the time. You give me a nice bag of purple Skittles. Dude, I will get down on some purple Skittles. You don't even know. With a blue bag, the tropicals? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Eat that shit like groceries. Skittles do have different flavors. I know all of the Skittles flavors by taste. Like all the different types of bags. I could close my eyes and you could mix up all the different bags and then just give me a random Skittle and I'll tell you what bag it's from and what color it is. Right. So that's true, Damien. But you said that sex is better than candy and sex with candy is better than just sex. But I submit that that's reversed, right? Candy's better than sex, and then candy and sex would be better than just candy. But candy is superior. If I had to choose one or the other, if they said you could never have sex again or you could never have candy again, I'm going to get me a bag of Skittles. That's all I'm saying. That's just the way it is. I'm not going the rest of my life without candy. Are you fucking insane? That would be, I mean, no Reese's peanut butter cups, no Snickers bars, no Skittles, no Starburst, no Gushers. Oh my gosh, life without Gushers? Not even worth living. Well, thank you, Taco. Tell your friend thank you too. I I thought about it. I have considered it. Gushers are not gross. Y'all are losing your freaking minds. Italian food. So I can't really eat a lot of Italian food because it's a lot of like flour-based pastas. So I don't do the flour. I don't do the gluten very well. It makes my stomach hurt. You know what I need to do instead of making it? I'm making another one of these. That's happening. I don't give a fuck. So I love Alfredo sauce and I love chicken in Alfredo sauce. I just don't want the pasta to go with it. Like, put that shit on some rice instead and I'll get after it. Right, but I live in the United States, so if you buy pasta here, right, it's made with the enriched flours and stuff that we use here in the United States. I mean, you could put broccoli in the rice. Right? Broccoli, chicken, Alfredo sauce with some rice. That sounds delicious. Sounds super delicious. I could get after that. Yeah. I mean, basically, like, I would love to eat Italian food because Italian food has the greatest sauces. And I love sauce. I love sauce of all kinds. So if you just replace whatever pasta it is with rice and then serve me an Italian meal, I would eat the shit out of that. Absolutely. Cauliflower rice? You don't like cauliflower? I love cauliflower. Cauliflower with some melted cheese. Mmm. So good. put that shit on rice too. Please hydrate. Thank you. We good. We all kinds of hydrated now. All right, well, let's go do some quests. Where's the fourth trial at? I should probably bring a probe and stuff and just go probe the Haga Basin. Because I haven't actually done that. I mean, like, I'll eat some rice noodles or something. But also, I have no problem with zucchini. Zucchini's delicious. Steamed with a little salt and pepper. I can get after that. Yeah, like we have I don't know where they're from. I don't know what country they're from. But just rice noodles are good. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, so there aren't really any food textures or flavors that I don't really like. I can get behind mushy, I can get behind crunchy, I can get behind something in the middle. Um, like there's just not. I'm just not a picky eater. Like if it goes in my mouth, that's fine. I don't care. I'll eat it. But the problem I have is when foods physically affect me, like make me feel ill, which is, like why I don't eat bread and stuff like that. But as long as it doesn't have a negative physical impact on me, I don't really give a shit. Like food is food. It goes in my stomach. I'm happy. You want to try some crazy shit out, like turning zucchini into noodles? Let's do it. Let's make it happen. I'm into it. Only a few things that I can't do that are texture. Yeah, see, my older brother's a little like that. Like coconut shavings. He doesn't really like the texture of coconut shavings, which I think is just horribly depressing. Coconut shavings are delicious. Probes. That's what I was gonna do. Scanner probes. Y'all got me all talking about shit. I can't keep track of what I'm doing. I'm not smart enough to play this game and have a conversation at the same time. You claim it's not in the cards, that fate is pulling you miles away, out of reach from me. But you're here in my heart, so who can stop me if I decide? Picky as fuck. I don't do sushi. I don't do vegetables. I don't do mayo or ranch. Oh my god, anything that tastes or smells like vinegar. Can't do strong coconut, but I can do like German chocolate cake. I love how I love how you basically described all the foods you're supposed to eat as shit you won't eat. I don't eat vegetables. I don't eat sushi. I don't eat any real food. But I tell you what, you put a German chocolate cake in front of me, I'll eat the shit out of that. Like, no shit, dude. Who doesn't like German chocolate cake? Damien's entire food pyramid is just grains, just nothing but cake and frosting, sugar and grain. That's hilarious. Zucchini or squash after steamed or whatever, I can do them raw. Or pot roast, these lettuce wraps my mom used to make. Strong coconut, but can't do German chocolate cake. That's probably the strongest coconut there is. There's coconut in German chocolate cake? Found a coconut oil at Sam's Club that straight up smells strong as hell. Makes anything you cook taste like coconut. That's kind of cool. It tasted nasty until your fried eggs taste like coconut. Yo, I didn't even know that. Did not know that about German chocolate cake. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. While we're here, can I? Yeah, I can make more large cisterns. Let's do it. Big ass cistern. Coconut, walnuts, pecans, powdered sugar. Bind. Nice. Almond joys got nuts. Mounds don't because sometimes you feel like a. Sometimes you. I actually used to live on Pecan Avenue when I was a kid. First house I remember, or Walnut Drive. There was a Pecan Avenue and it was intersected by a Walnut Drive, and I lived on one of them when I was little. Pecan. I mean, you could say pecan if you want. I don't care. My great grandmother, who used to make the greatest pecan pie that you've ever tasted in your entire life, used to call them pecans. And if you're the person in the family who makes the delicious dessert, I'm going to say it the way you say it so that when I ask you to make a pecan pie, you don't misunderstand me and make something else. Right? That's the rule. If you make the delicious food, I adopt your mannerisms in speech because I don't want there to be any sort of language barrier. I don't want any confusion. I don't want you to get upset because I say it differently than you because some people get testy about that shit. Like this is survival. It's about making sure that I get the best pie I can possibly get 100% of the time. And if sometime in the future in my life, if somebody I meet makes really good pecan pie, then I'll start saying pecan. That's fine. All right, we got scout probes. We don't have a probe launcher. Oh my goodness, I have accomplished exactly dick so far today. Always pecan pie, but it's just pecans. I can't. That hurts my brain. Just had some orange chocolate covered pecans the other day. Now y'all got me like, I'm gonna end up starting to say it all weird or bouncing back and forth between the two ways because you got me thinking about it. That's true. I did get some aluminum and made 1,000 duraluminum. I don't really count triggering 1,000 crafts as accomplishing something though, because let's face it, I didn't. Like that's just a menu step. That's true, and we did a base tour description. Look at that. We're so good at this game. Let's go here. I also shouldn't worry about it so much. You know, if we're sitting here talking, having a conversation, sometimes I get it in my head that if I'm not like playing the game at the highest possible level, that I'm somehow not doing my job trying to create content, and that like I should just always be playing at this maximum efficiency, and I let myself stress out about it. But it's really not that serious. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're absolutely right. I should just calm the fuck down about it. But sometimes I get it in my head and I'm just like, "Oh my gosh, you must play harder. Play better. What are you doing?" A little sad today. I got notified this morning right after I started work that my friend who's playing with my wife and I went out farming aluminum in our buggy last night and got it swallowed by quicksand. And when he went to get his body, he lost our sandbike as well. Uh, do it better makes us stronger. More than ever, hour after our work is never over. I've never listened to that song from Daft Punk. I only ever listened to it from what are their names? The acapella group. Fuck, I don't remember. Pentatonics. Thank you, Damien. It is the Pentatonics. I'm totally into Pitch Perfect. Let me tell you, I've seen all three Pitch Perfect movies like a bunch of times. Sometimes I get a wild hair up my ass and I'll just binge them real quick. But I love Anna Kendrick. I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do ya? Goes like this, the fourth, the fifth. Yeah, I love their cover of Hallelujah too. I love rewatching movies. I love rewatching movies and rewatching TV shows. Okay, I mean, if you're gonna rewatch Twilight, then maybe you have a problem. I like to rewatch good movies. Only thing I've actually rewatched, and it's become a tradition now, is Halloween time. Rewatch Harry Potter from start to end. I tell you how many times I've watched all three Lord of the Rings movies. There you go. The Harry Potter movies, Twilight, Armageddon, all three Matrix movies for sure. Oh, that's his Twister, not Twilight. There for a minute, I was a little confused because just from previous conversations, Damien, you didn't really seem like the kind of person who might rewatch Twilight. Oh, goodness. Goodness. I think I accidentally woke my older brother up. Feel kind of bad. I watched all the Twilights once, read all the books once. That's enough for me. Hey, I mean, kudos to you, right? Don't make a decision about whether or not you like something until you've legitimately given it a go. Sure, for sure. Hey, I mean, at least you're reading something, though. That is something I will always stand by, is that it's a good idea just to ingest words, whether they're words you've already ingested, or if you're just reading, stories in a magazine or whatever it is. You gotta read. Listening to audiobooks, that's fine too. You gotta ingest words. Yeah, when I was on deployment, I was on deployment for like 11 months when I was in the Navy. I read something like 150 books in 11 months. There was just nothing else to do. So every time we'd pull into a port, I would get on my Kindle, and a lot of the first books in a lot of random fantasy series were free for the first one, and then you had to buy the remaining books in the series. So I would just go and download the first book of a ton of different fantasy series, and then I would read them all. And then if I really liked any of them, um, I would go and like buy the remaining books in the series the next time we were in port and download those, and then I would read those the next month along with whatever other free books I would get. It ended up working really well. Now, I mostly listen to audiobooks, and this is something y'all can try for free. A lot of self-published authors put out YouTube videos that are just their audiobooks on their YouTube channels. And so if you want to maybe read some lesser known authors or want to listen to some lesser known authors, YouTube is a great place to find audiobooks that you can listen to for free and support, some smaller authors who are doing some self-publishing. And I've gotten a lot of really good books from there. Wheel of Time series is my favorite books to read. I've read all 15 books in that series at least 3 times. Oh, wow. Yeah, I've never read any of the Wheel of Time books. I did watch the first season of the TV show, but I haven't even watched the second season of the TV show. Pretty sure Sons of Anarchy show series has changed. I was seeing clips that I don't remember ever happening in the show. See, knowing how it ends just makes everything else. That's part of the reason I like rewatching stuff. Sorry. That's part of the reason I like rewatching stuff, is because once you know what all the foreshadowing is foreshadowing, then you start picking up on a lot more of the foreshadowing. Watch all the show before you read the books if you plan on it? Really? Is the show supposed to be about the stuff before the books? Is that how that works? Do you mean Grey's Anatomy, Taco? Is that what you're talking about? Is Grey's Anatomy over? Then how could you possibly know how it ends? I don't understand. No, but the show screws up the books so bad that if you read the books before watching the show, then you will hate the show. But if you watch the show first, then you can appreciate the show for what it is without the bias. Got it. Got it. There's 19 seasons. I mean, it must be a great TV show, right? You don't get picked up for 19 seasons if you don't have an extremely high viewership. I've never seen Grey's Anatomy myself. Cancel it all the time and bring it back. Well, maybe I'll have to get myself caught up so I can watch it. Okay, this thing's lying to me. It says I haven't uncovered any of this map. I also don't think that I have enough of these things. Three episodes are like clips from different episodes for a total runtime of 3 episodes. Just watched all of Supernatural and then did the Star Trek marathon where I watched everything Star Trek in Stardate order. Wow, not including the cartoon or original series. Shatner is a horrible actor. We must communicate with the aliens. I don't know how or any of Shatner's lines, but his way of speaking is hilarious. Working through Star Wars chronological rewatch. Goodness, y'all are way bigger nerds than me. Holy cow. Yeah, you know, I couldn't really get into Doctor Who either. I tried. It just wasn't for me. I think the reason I couldn't get into Doctor Who was I tried to get started with the British version. And I don't really like British humor, right? It's too dry for me. I like things that are a little more up tempo and punchy with the comedy. And so I don't like British humor. So I don't tend to like a lot of British television. Shut the stream off if you ever do that again. Oh, come on, Damien. Seen like 5 full TV shows. See, I love to binge watch whole TV series. Very, very much. No, I have seen all of, or at least most of, The Big Bang Theory. I am a pretty big fan of The Big Bang Theory. But yeah, I didn't really like Stranger Things either. I watched the first 3 or 4 episodes of Stranger Things, and I just couldn't do it. You know, of Sons of Anarchy, Stranger Things, Big Bang Theory, Friends, maybe a few others. So we used to watch Friends as a family when I was a kid. Every Thursday night when the new episode would come out. And even when I was in trouble, because I was very frequently in trouble when I was a kid, I got so grounded one time that my parents wouldn't let me read because I just wouldn't do my homework because I think homework is stupid. And so I was getting bad grades. And in an effort to rectify this, my parents, wouldn't let me play video games or, do any of that stuff that they thought was a distraction, which was totally right. It was. But they told me that the only thing I was allowed to do was read and do my homework. And so I started reading. And instead of doing my homework, I basically gave myself homework with the books. And I started writing a book of reviews for the books that I was reading while I was grounded. And so I got grounded from reading until my homework was done. And then I just sat there and stared at a wall. But even when I was in trouble, we still had our Thursday night, the whole family gets together and watches the new episode of Friends time. So even when I was grounded, they didn't keep me from joining in on that. I always got to take a break from being grounded to watch the new episode of Friends. My English teacher would put it on the lunch hour. You could go into a room during lunch and watch it during class. If the majority of class wanted it on, she would turn it on during classwork. Oh, nice. That's nice. Sometimes it's good to have something to distract you a little bit while you're trying to get stuff done. Yeah, I love me some books, Taco. Love me some books. I read when the seventh Harry Potter book came out. I read it in a single sitting. Like I stayed up all night and I took it to class with me because I got it on like a Thursday or something. And so I took it to class with me and I read it through every class. Like I wasn't paying attention to anything. I wasn't doing any work. And I just read it. And I would sit at the dinner table with it and all that stuff until I finished it. Took me about a day, day and a half to read it. I'm a pretty slow reader, but I love to read. Gotta go get some fuel now. First day of senior year, everyone thought it was really weird that people were up in her room during lunch. By the end of the year, she would let us go to lunch, get it a little earlier. We could come back and watch during. Nice. Nice. That's actually pretty clever. Beat the rush a little bit and then come back and watch a little TV. My mom was an English teacher at the high school I went to. And then so she started out as an English teacher, and then she took over the drama program when I started college or when I started high school because I was a big theater nerd. And so she taught the theater elective while I was in high school and then went back to teaching English because she has an English lit degree. So I just went and hung out in her room. Pretty much during every class in high school, I just went and hung out in the theater room. And my mom would just write me hall passes. So if I didn't feel like going to a class, I would just go back to her class and do theater stuff. Because who gives a shit about anything else? Probably that's why by the time I dropped out of high school, though, I had a 1.2 GPA. I was really doing a good job of just failing all of my classes in high school. Started high school a few years after High School Musical came out. Pretty sure I was in college when High School Musical came out. Oh, dang. Did you also play basketball? And can you sing? Well, then at least it wasn't like the whole thing. Could have been way worse, right? Part of the stage crew for host. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Let's get that 200 aluminum ore getting started there. What else do we got going on? Yeah. More of these big old cisterns. I'm a little sad I can't fit one more in here. Makes me a little upset, but that's okay. We're going to stagger these. I don't know if it's actually going to help me fit more of them in here, but it's going to entertain me. Gotta have it. I mean, it's only 779 milliliters. It's not really that much. What I would like, so, um, what I'm really trying to do is I want to get at least twice what my water catchers can make in 8 hours. So that way, if I go to sleep and I don't necessarily get on right away, maybe I haven't played for a couple hours before I go to bed, then I'm not wasting any of my water collection time and just dropping it on the ground. So right now I have 7, 8. I think I have 8 of these now. So I'm gaining a little over 400,000 water every 8 hours because these gain 50,000 water every 8 hours each. So I need to have about 800,000 water storage so that overnight I don't ever exceed my water storage capabilities. So that way I can take off about 16 hours from playing the game without wasting any of that. Yeah, no death stills, all passive water. Because I'm playing by myself, I don't have the ability to gain enough resources to run like a bunch of refineries and stuff. You know, when we had 32 people, we could have run, 20 or 30 refineries nonstop 24 hours a day because we had enough people that we could have been gathering that much resources when we really got industrialized. But as a solo, there's only so much I can do. And I think running 2, maybe 3 refineries at a time is going to be my maximum, which means I just have a lot more production facility spaces than we had when we were in a guild. And so I don't have to worry about, how much of my production is being absorbed, right? I've got 51 of 80 buildings right now, but I still have 30 buildings I can make, and I'm not even using advanced power generators, right? I'm using the most basic power generators for all of my power needs because they're easier to maintain, and ultimately they're more efficient, like on a per fuel cell, per time investment basis. right? This only has 143 fuel cells. It's going to last 5 days. So my input to keep these running is significantly less than my input to make and keep the wind generators running. So until I hit that 80 production facility cap, I have no need to use anything more advanced than this to power all my other stuff. Do enjoy having death stills just in case of the immediate need of water? Sure, absolutely. That's why I have so many leader Johns. But yeah, well, you passively get the fuel cells, and then there's a couple right around me, and you get a good tier buggy, and you can get 600 fuel cells from a freaking. I've got like 7. Yeah, I got like 7 decaliter Johns down here. I've got 1 in my inventory, and then I've got a bunch over here too. And they're just there in case for some reason I need to go pick up 70k water. I'll just go run and do a run real quick. No, 70k. Yeah. So using blood refineries, nice, Damien. So blood refineries are, I think, from a power perspective, the most efficient water you can get per hour, just from like a per volt of power or per watt of power, if I'm not mistaken. So there's definitely some efficiency to be had there. But honestly, I don't know off the top of my head. Let's see. Ooh, I can research some stuff. Uh, Power cost is 35 for the improved blood purifier. And its water extraction efficiency is 40%. So it gives you like 3 water per second, I think. That its blood filtration rate is 8, so I assume that means that it's um 8 blood per second. So it gives you somewhere between 3 and 4 water per second. So that's 180 times 60 is however much water an hour. The advanced death still that gives you 45k water in like 50 something minutes is 300 power. 350 power for 45k water. It actually gives you, because it takes a little less than an hour for the death still to run. If you math it out, it actually gives you like 50,300 water or something like that in an hour. But it takes 350 power. And this only takes 35 power. So you could have 10 of these per death still. So just a water per power thing. Very, very efficient. The passive is the least bang for your buck. The value of the passive water generators, because so each one of these passive water generators only makes 50k water per 8 hours. Right? So these take 130 power and they make less than 10k water an hour. Each of these is 135 and they make 8.5, 9k 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 9 No. Yeah. So these are absolutely, from a power perspective, from the number of production facilities you need to keep these things going, all of that stuff, these are absolutely the worst water production you can have. But because I'm solo and because I don't need all the extra production facilities, I don't have to deal with um, I don't have to deal with anything, right? I can get these things to run for 3 days without any input because they'll hold one filter in the filter slot and then up to 5 filters in the storage. And that's just with these. So there's another type of filter. You can put these advanced particulate filters on here, and these will run for a whole day, and they have the same weight. So you can technically get it to run for 6 days without any input from you. So while it's absolutely the least bang for your buck as far as your resources and um, your production facility slots and your power and stuff like that, it's the best bang for your buck when it comes to not having to farm as much and being able to just get your water. So it's a really, really high upfront cost for a really, really low upkeep cost. So we're just gonna do a bunch of passive water. And I mean eventually a lot of these will get changed out, right? But again, until I hit my maximum 80 production facilities, from a resource perspective, these are also the most power efficient because these take 25 scrap, right? So I can make this generator for 25 scrap that makes 75 power. So for 125 scrap, I can get 375 power out of these really, really obnoxiously huge power generators. Or I can go build a wind generator that gives me 350 power, right? Because that's all this does is just 350 power, but it costs me 120 duraluminum, 160 cobalt, 50 calibrated servos, and 3 spice melange, right? So I can get the exact same amount of power with 125 scrap that I can get for all of this. The only difference is this one only takes up one production facility and the other ones take up 5. And so if you have 5 production facility slots open and you need 300 power, don't make a fucking wind turbine. Because then you have to make the crazy fuel for it, which takes silicone and some other stuff. So you use fuel cells. Obviously, everything uses fuel cells, but then you've got to have silicone blocks and spice residue to make the industrial grade lubricants for the wind turbines. Like I'm not dealing with this. Eat my whole ass. I've been watching too much pirate software lately. Need to stop using his catchphrases. I like that one. It's a good one. But anyway, like what am I gonna do with this? I think he's pretty funny, um, but there's quite a bit of controversy surrounding him right now. As I guess there always is with everybody. Yeah, there's a whole initiative about not killing games because, you know, you buy games off of services like Steam, or, you know, you buy live service games or whatever it is. And then eventually those games run their course and um, they stop being maintained and updated, and the servers for those games get taken away. And then you basically lose access to a game you purchased, because, you know, the common thing now is you're not purchasing the game, you're purchasing a license to play the game. And so there's a big initiative to stop companies from being able to completely kill games. And if they're going to sunset a game, then the goal of the movement is to force developers to release some sort of way for you to continue playing the game. You know, hosting private servers, or, you know, creating some sort of a single player mode or whatever it is. They want games to not be able to be basically taken away from the players who have purchased them. And I guess he's really opposed to the movement, not necessarily because he disagrees with the overall goal, but maybe he disagrees with some of the ways they're going about it. I don't really know. I haven't really gotten into it. But there's a huge conflict between the movement and specifically Pirate Software's channel right now. So he seems to be smart. He's really good at explaining things, but he had a couple of moments in WoW and Ashes of Creation that caused people. Yeah, well, so there was also that. From a player perspective, he is, as a person, like you said, as an explainer of things, he seems intelligent, and like a lot of what he thinks about the gaming industry and stuff kind of aligns with what I think. But then when you look at him as a player, he's got that Zerg Mega Guild mentality that I absolutely fucking hate. And so I would never be able to like play games with Pirate Software because that shit drives me insane. So, right. Exactly, Daima. And that's a huge fucking problem. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is accurate. He worked on StarCraft and worked with Blizzard. Like I said, I haven't really delved into it. I don't care much for I don't care much for the drama, and I don't really care about people's credentials very much. Like, the fact that you worked as a game dev doesn't really make me think one way or another that you know what you're talking about. Does it mean that you probably have the experience to have learned some things? Sure. But just because you had the opportunity to learn some things doesn't mean you actually learned shit. So, yeah. Yeah, again, I like Narc. I think he puts out some good information. And I think Narc has more of my general play style. I think, you know, Narc just kind of wants to go and experience the game and have a good time, and isn't necessarily all about the zerging and stuff. Has a little bit more of a solo gamer play style about him. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. There are are quite a few content creators out there that I don't really care for. I don't consume a lot of content myself because I don't typically like content creators. I think most of them don't really know what they're talking about. I think they have a lot of, shit takes for the sake of the wow factor that brings in clicks and stuff. And I mean, that's all intentional, right? Because it brings in clicks. So, and why I'm happy about the deep desert changes, however, because I just want to play the game and experience it all. I don't want to really interact with hostile players. Yeah, so the video that I just put out yesterday was about the fact that risk reward, especially PvP risk reward, doesn't really have a place in Dune, right? We have the sandworm, we have durability. So, survival games are resource management games. And thank you.
Damien Darkrose says drink water.
So survival games are resource management games, and that's great. I like the durability system. I like as you use things, you're having to remake them. I like the worm mechanic because sometimes it sets you really far back and you got to make a bunch of stuff. But losing your stuff, right? Losing resources that you've gathered, or, losing an entire vehicle or whatever it is to other players doesn't really have a place in Dune Awakening because we already have systems to force us to constantly be getting more resources, to constantly want to be doing that grind. And those systems aren't just about our own personal player stuff. Those systems are also integrated into the Landsrad with, turn-ins and stuff like that for Landsrad points and whatever. And so the risk versus reward gameplay of the Deep Desert just doesn't make any sense because you've already stated that you don't want PvE players to have to interact with a PvP system if they don't want to. So then you're basically just using two mutually exclusive concepts, right? You can't have risk versus reward that requires some sort of PvP activity to be the best way to get resources in the end game and claim that you don't want PvE players to have to interact with that. Because those two things just don't work together. Risk versus reward, unless you want the risk to be PvE, which is totally fine, because the worm is absolutely a risk versus reward system. If you want spice, you have to risk getting eaten by the worm. And so that's cool. That's something that we can plan for. That's a danger that we can mitigate through game knowledge and stuff like that. So I'm cool with that. What I'm not cool with is a risk versus reward system that is reliant on PvP, because like we've talked about, those systems disproportionately impact in a negative way the most casual and the least skilled players. And so you're basically saying, your time is less valuable. As a player, you're less valuable because you're not as good. You can't win as many fights. And that is shit. So I don't think that's the solution, Daima. Because you don't want players to not be able to go places. And so if you want to make it so that PvE players never have to interact with the PvP system, then you can't keep giving PvE players lackluster access to resources. So we could totally do what you're talking about, Daima, where you just make the resources available in the Haga Basin, but then they have to be as abundant as they are in the deep desert, right? You have to be able to gather those resources in the same rates. Otherwise, you're saying to PvE players, you're saying, hey, we want you to be able to interact with all of the different tiers of the game, but because you're unwilling to PvP, your time is less valuable. So you have to farm for more hours to get the same resource numbers because you're not willing to play in PvP. And that's contrary to your stated goal, which is to make it so that PvE players don't feel like they have to PvP. Right? You're being contradictory there when you do that. So either PvE and PvP are equal in your eyes, or PvP is superior, and you just need to be open about that. I'm just saying I would rather lose my shit to another player than to lose it to a game-breaking bug. Saw a video earlier today where this group were flying back from the PvP to the PvE part of Deep Desert. When they hit the zone changer, both people in the carrier holding the spice crawler crashed out and then logged back in standing in the sand while their friend in the assault orney actually has video evidence showing the carrier and spice crawler literally despawning in midair. Yeah, so Damien, absolutely. But those aren't either or situations, right? Those are things that exist. Yeah, I don't care about that. I got water. I got a liter, John. Those are things that exist side by side, right? Because game-breaking bugs doesn't mean that there's no PvP, and PvP doesn't mean there's no game-breaking bugs. Those things exist side by side. So while sure, maybe I would rather lose all my stuff to a player, I would rather not have bugs or lose my stuff to a player. Like, why are we comparing those two things as if you have to choose one? You don't. You can just not have either of those things. Especially because it's a video game, right? Somebody's programming it. We're deciding ourselves how you lose items in the game. Somebody is sitting behind a keyboard and going, okay, you can lose items in the game by this happening. You can lose items in the game by this happening. And all they have to do is say, we're going to choose not to make you lose items when you die to PvP. Because that's stupid. Why the fuck would we do that? Is this the one? I can't remember which one of these is the one that I'm trying to go to. Really trying to figure out why a survival game that's majority PvE has an anti-cheat. Because why wouldn't you have an anti-cheat in a multiplayer game? I don't even understand that question. If there was no anti-cheat in the PvE game, then people would find ways to just take your stuff. Right? Like they already are. Where they can force permissions and then just enter your base and take your things. Seems like a good reason to have an anti-cheat. I'm like so confused by that statement, it's not even funny. I went in this one. Oh, no, I didn't. I think that's the one I need to go to. Guess I was thinking more of an anti-cheat of like aim hacks and stuff like that. And think about break in and steal your shit. Yeah, I mean, if you have Uh, if you have a multiplayer game, you have to have anti-cheat. Because even, right, like, so this is a PvP or a PvE game in Haga Basin, but even for things like speed hacks, if I'm out gathering resources and then somebody speed hacks their Jeep and zips out in front of me and takes all the resources that are in the route that I'm running, like that feels really shitty. Um, if I'm going to run a testing station and I'm wanting to have like a good, fun PvE experience, and some nerd runs into the testing station with me and just shoots all the enemies straight in the head because they've got an aim hack, and so now there's no difficulty in that testing station, like that sucks. I want to have the difficulty, I want to have the challenge, I want to play the game. So, I mean, anti-cheats in multiplayer games are always important. As to what you're saying, I've read the dev responses and watched the Q&As, and I believe the devs have been really clear that PvE players could play the game and experience the full game story-wise without ever having to PvP. But they have also stated that if you go into the deep desert, you are not required to PvP because you always have avenues of escaping. Personally, I think they need to change the DD back to the way it was upon release. As far as I'm aware, going into the DDs only required for Mark 6 stuff, which PvE players don't need. Okay, so I hate that argument, but let's talk about that a little. So going into the deep desert, why are all my textures fucked? So going into the deep desert, they say doesn't require PvP because you can always escape. But if you go into a PvP enabled zone, you are engaged in PvP. Right? There's a totally different mindset that goes into being in a PvP zone versus being in a PvE zone, because you have to be paying attention. You have to see everybody as a threat. You have to, you have to know your avenues of escape. You have to be equipped differently so that you can escape. You have to do a bunch of different things if you're going to be in a PvP zone, which means that by going into a PvP zone, you are engaged in PvP. Whether you fight somebody or even see somebody or not, you are engaged in PvP. And I think that's fine. I like that. I like the tension that maybe being able to be attacked presents. I think that's good. And I'm down for it. And I'm down to put the deep desert back to a primarily PvP zone. But if you're going to put the deep desert back to a primarily PvP zone, then you have to do one of two things. You have to either eliminate the risk versus reward PvP system, where other people can actively take away my resources and my time investment by killing me, or you have to improve the faction system so that you can smooth the risk curve. Because as things stand right now, we're going to use my cool little drawing tool here. But as things stand right this moment, this is a bell curve, right? And over here, you've got elite players. We're going to make them an E. Over here, you've got casual players. We're going to make them here. And then here, you've got your average, right? So most people fall in this average. And that's just the way that this bell curve represents human skill across a group at everything, right? It doesn't matter what the activity is. Most people fall in this average. A few people are exceptional, and a few people would be below average by a significant margin. And this is true of any group of people that you look at for any skill in the entire world. It follows this bell curve, right? If you took all the NBA players that currently play professional basketball in the NBA, they would fall on a bell curve like this, right? This is your Michael Jordans, your Steph Currys, your LeBron Jameses. This is your average, I'm on the starter, or maybe, one of the first subs that goes in. And then this is your people who are on the team, but they don't really see a lot of play time because compared to everybody else, they're kind of trash. But they're still, significantly better than an average player. But in the average in the NBA, you still get this distribution. This is always the distribution for every skill in the world across any subset of people. This bell curve exists. And so when you have a risk versus reward system, you cut this thing in half, 50% of players are losing more often than they're winning. Because that's how averages work. So 50% of these players are actually losing progress by going into the deep desert and engaging in this risk reward system. And this is, your most casual players. These are your players who are most prone to just saying fuck it and quitting because they're never going to catch up, right? They play 2 hours a day instead of 12 hours a day. They're just there to have a good time. And if the game isn't going to be fun, if the game isn't going to let them progress, then they're going to quit 100% of the time. But the problem is once these people quit, you don't now just have the 50% of the group that was above average who are now all winning more than 50% of the time. As soon as this group of players quit, you have a new subset of players that now exist in their own bell curve. And now you have a completely new set of 50% of the player base that is on the below average side of that bell curve. And there does come a point where the below 50% people won't quit and they'll just keep trying to get better. But that prevents new people from coming in. That prevents, casual players from ever catching up. And that just kills your ability not to just maintain the population of your game. It kills your ability to grow the population of your game. Because if this is the way this works, this is also where most new players fall, right? So if this game's out for 3 years and then somebody decides to try out Dune Awakening, they're starting out down here, right? And the average is just getting better and better and better over the years as people get better and better and better at the game. So now not only am I starting way down here in garbage territory where I lose all the time, the gap that I have to catch up to is widened. And so all you're doing is you're just making the game completely unplayable for this lower 50%, for any new player who joins. Risk versus reward systems straight up don't fucking work, period. Especially in guild versus guild or small group play, because you can't smooth that curve. The way you smooth this curve, right, because this curve is based on the skill, but this curve also shows, not this curve, this curve is where you see who gets the most risk. And it is completely inverted when you look at who gets the most reward. So as you go from skill side, as you go skill increase across this way, you distinctly and sharply reduce your risk, and you distinctly and sharply increase your reward. So if you want to smooth these curves out, then you 100% have to get a larger group, because the larger the group of players is, the smoother this risk reward line becomes, because you start sharing the risk across this skill gap. So you've got people who are the worst in the skill over here and people who are the best in the skill over here. But when you team them up, instead of getting this crazy set of curves, you get a more straight line. And so that way everybody's sharing in the risk, but everybody's also sharing in the reward. So it's the only way that really works. Maybe when they release more content, I hope there's more dungeons, like Destiny raids. They've already said that they intend to make like dungeons and bosses and stuff like that. I would counter with, why do you need Mark 6 stuff? Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about, you don't need Mark 6 gear. In every single player game I've ever played, right? Every RPG I've ever played in my entire life, there was the legendary sword of legendary awesomeness. Right? So you play Zelda, right? You don't have to get the Master Sword to win all the Zelda games necessarily. You didn't have to get the silver arrows in A Link to the Past to beat Ganon. It just made him really easy. You don't have to get every item in the game, but if somebody told you that, you know, you're playing whatever RPG game you're playing Final Fantasy, and somebody told you that you had to log on to the internet and win 10 random fights against 10 random other players in order to get the best weapon in the game, but you don't need it, but you have to do that in order to get the best weapon in the game, you would still get upset, right? I don't need it to beat the boss, but I fucking want it. It exists. I bought the game. I deserve the right to be able to go get it, right? So why am I being held back from interacting based on that? Like that's the most ridiculous argument I've ever heard in my entire life. Technically, by that same argument, we could say that I don't technically, if I just want to play PvE, I don't ever need to leave this zone right here. Right? This zone has everything. There's a testing station. There's these intel blocks. I could stay in copper tier gear the entire time. I don't ever have to leave the lower Haga Basin. So why isn't just the rest of the game PvP? And all the PvE players can just stay down here. Right? You don't need to leave this zone. There's even a PvE shipwreck here. So this is all PvE right here. Why do you ever leave this zone right here? You don't need to experience the story. You're a PvE player. The storyline is for PvP players. Right? You can just stay in your little copper gear and make your big old base right here in this area. You don't ever need to leave. And because you're unwilling to PvP, you don't deserve to leave. You need to stay here until you decide that PvPing and losing your stuff to other players is worth it to you. Like that's, I mean, that's an insane. I bought the game. I deserve to be able to play the game. Do I have to go up to get to this one? I might have to go up to get to this one. This is either, yeah, I mean, I don't care what they are. I'm just getting them done. I don't use almost any of these rewards. I need the compactor, and that's about it. Oh, this is the one where you gotta fight all the people. This is the Chris knife. I just almost fell in a hole. Yeah, who wants some? Get shit on. This is the prescience. Okay. Hey. I guess. Yeah, I'm just gonna finish him up here real quick myself. Oh, can you? That's funny. I'm not gonna let the game punk me like that, though. Oh, maybe I am gonna let the game punk me like that. Oh, okay, so you like have to die to trigger the prescience. Can I be done with this now? Law. Oh yeah. See how good I am? Okay, I definitely can't click all of these buttons. There's way too many. Got it. Got it. Before I see y'all tomorrow. Yeah, have a good one, Damien. Have a good one. Yeah, Ames, I did. I went solo instead of with the guild. There were some people in the guild who were making me angry. And I didn't feel like having to actually be an adult and vet the guild and kick people that I didn't feel like were in line with the guild goals. So I figured it was just better to play by myself. 'Cause otherwise, I would have ended up spending hours every day vetting people and kicking people and managing the guild and all that stuff. And I just didn't Didn't want to be putting in that kind of work. Couldn't do that and try to stream and try to, actually make progress in the game. So we back to solo. Yeah, well, and so that's not even true, right? Because I am still streaming, I am still putting out content, and I am still trying to run a business. I just didn't want to try and run two. And so one day, there will be guilds in video games associated with this channel. But that day won't come until I can literally make enough money off of this channel that I can pay someone to run those guilds. Like, for a full-time job. So if this channel ever gets popular enough that I can do that, then I will hire somebody to be the guild leader of, the survival hermit guilds. And that person will get paid and that will just be their job. But until I can do that, I am not ever going to be the person in charge again. That will never happen. Because it is a full-time job. And if people are going to put in that kind of effort, I mean, it's a lot of effort. And that effort is primarily about other people being able to enjoy the environment. And so it is providing a lot of value. It should be something that you get paid for. At least I think so. I could now craft Chris knives. Got it. Sweet. And I have 113 research points. Okay. We do need these for the Mark 6 wings. We need Mark 6 laser. Cool. Where is the next one? Already been to that one, been to this one, been to that one. Here it is. And then to the northeast corner. And west. And one you have to queue for. Okay. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. then I think we'll finally probably have enough skill points that we can maybe start actually going through some of the quests that require us to use certain skills or the advanced trainers. I can unlock the rest of that so I can get an actual build going on. Doing fantastic, Blighted. How are you doing? Having a hell of a time getting through these quests. Hey, get away from me with that quicksand. Just got done fighting a mosquito. That's funny. Those little buggers can be wily sometimes. Oh, who cares how you spell it? There you go, Blighted. There you go. Oop. It ate me. Oh, that's because I'm supposed to, like, climb, aren't I? That's right.
The world is a carcass. Who can turn away the angel of death? Our footsteps are as the drums of the slavers, calling Shai Alud upon our men must learn to live with their gods.
Oh, shit. See, this is part of the problem. They're encouraging you to drop thumpers on top of other people's vehicles here. And that's not what you should be using thumpers for. Thumpers are a defense, not an offense. You're just encouraging griefing here. Where do you think all the people who thumpered all my thopters got the idea from? From your fucking trials. What do you use a thump? You use it to distract the worm while you gather spice. Yeah, man. Well, sure, but worms are very territorial in the Dune universe. So you're not usually going to have more than one. Yeah. Yeah, so you don't necessarily have to put it really far away, Daima, but you put a couple of them. We tried this, me and Gravy the other day, and I went running out on the desert, and we had 3 thumpers out. And then I was just running around for figuring it out. Yeah, that was pretty good. But we put 3 thumpers out, and then I ran around naked, out on the sand, just making as much noise as I can. And the worm would eat each thumper. It would breach up and eat a thumper, and then breach up and eat a thumper, and then breach up and eat a thumper. And the whole time I could just stand there on the sand, and it never came after me. Eventually it gets tired of eating thumpers, and it'll just come after you anyway. But there's a pretty decent chunk of time in there where you can just keep farming. And it's how you do like big farms with the spice crawler and stuff. You put a bunch of thumpers out. But then eventually the ring mouth comes because you made too much noise. They eat me. That's what they eat. I actually don't know what worms eat because there's not really any life out in the desert, so I'm not 100% sure. Maybe. I am no longer at the anvil. Yeah, I'm not really up on the Dune lore, Blighted. I've only ever seen the old Dune movie once when I was a kid, so I am not really the person who knows what's going on, you know? You know, that's just about all I know as well, Blighted. Big worm eats small human in a big ass desert. Which is really all you need to know, right? Is that really what it is? Good job. What's the type of zoologist that studies non existent alien species?
Our destruction extends even to these small shrines. I cannot decipher their purpose, but the altar seems to have contained a quantity of spice. And the murals. Such beauty.
It's not cryptozoologist, is it?
A lasgun or blade. All I could decipher from here is another step on
No,
the
I'm
journey.
talking about like what potential alien species could look like.
There's some link between the Zensuni and the Fremen.
So we're not necessarily not things that are fake and mythological, but like, you know, what would a creature look like in X situations? I'm pretty sure it might be a cryptozoologist. Hang on. Cryptozoology. Cryptozoology is the study of hidden or unknown animals, particularly those whose existence is disputed. Never mind, like Bigfoot of the Loch Ness. Nope, that's not what I'm thinking. Astral biology. Scientific field within the life and environment scientist that studies the origins, early evolution. Xenobiology, subfield of synthetic biology to study the synthesizing and manipulating biological devices and systems. Yeah, I don't know. I could have sworn it was something zoologist. But maybe I've been smoking crack. I am not going to attempt to pacify the whale blighted. Never gonna happen. I don't understand why you're trying to get me killed. So rude. Yeah, I'm not freaking. What's his nuts? Nope. I gotta quit trying to go to my marker and go to the in-game marker. It's fine. Smoking copter doesn't hurt anything. 88. Did I really? Good for me. Get wrecked, nerd. Get wrecked. It's the adept unique. Adept burst drill shot. Yeah, it shoots 2 at a time. Because I'm super dope like that. Honestly, I don't know if they're random or not. And I don't remember where I got it from. I just kind of go do stuff. See what happens. There are definitely some like websites and stuff out there that you could go to that would tell you where the best places to farm all of those different things are. I just ignore those things and just run amok doing whatever I feel like because I feel like the game's more fun that way. Dark sword always comes from the chest and Mistaril, however you spell it.
The wind that eats flesh, and the words of the Kitab al-Ibar carry shelter always against the coming of Kralizek. Bila kaifa.
Hey, now I'll finally be able to learn my unique death still per schematic.
We were exiled from Nilotic al-Urobra for our unwillingness to fight. For our willingness to forgive. For our willingness to forget.
Forget. Ruh-roh.
And the judges said, mine enemies are like
Oh, look.
blades eating
More wind.
that
I feel
they
shocked
path of the tempest.
that it's windy.
Hast thou not seen what our Lord did? The weight of a kindly God is a fearful thing. Why did God create
Most of them are not random. Okay.
We are the action and knowledge of God, and He has prepared the way.
Okay, so they're not random. Peak. I feel like I saw that.
Taiba, why were we created to survive?
I have something. There's a main quest that takes you there. That actually might be the one that I just recently did. Edge of Acheron. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's always where I go. So it is sort of random though because there's like a whole pool of uniques that you can get from each of those chests. So you don't always get the same unique. You just always get the same pool of uniques. And that's more based on, I think, the region that it's in and the tier of the region that it's in than it is on the specific POI. Climb to the peak with friends. That's all I know. Also, you control each other with one button, I believe. Or something like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Blighted. I've never played it. Never watched it. Don't know anything about it. Hey, what's up, Gravy? I heard y'all got like a whole ass guild base now. Good for you. Good job. Okay, so some of them do have very specific Carry us. Oh, ran out of ammo. And I got 2 kind of healed wings and 1 super busted wing. Alright, I think now I'm supposed to find the cave. Which I'm pretty sure is over here, right? Yeah. This time can't get people in. Well, that's a bummer. So let's hope that everybody else has already done this one. And there's no queue. I didn't have to queue the last time I went in either, so... Here's hoping. Oh, did you see that? I just drank water without somebody having to tell me, and without almost dying first. I'm getting so good at this game. Y'all don't even know. I am too OP. Thank you, Taco. Yeah. Yeah, my weapons are... Well, one of my weapons is duraluminum. That adept drill shot is duraluminum tier. And then my long shot is aluminum, but it's unique, so... I'm sure it's gonna be hella easy. Speaking of water, I gotta get some water in real life. I'm dying over here. Place your hand on the projection.
We are the people of Misr. We have
Ah.
flight and death. The young go on that our people shall. You have failed the.
I hate this fucking one.
We are the. We grew soft, Wally. You have failed. We are the people. We grew soft on our wanderings. We remember the slave. You have failed the. We are the people of Misr. We grew soft, Wally. On our wanderings, we came to a place. We remember the slave. You have failed. We are the people of. We grew soft on our wanderings. We remember the thread of the past was so many planets. You have failed. We are the people of. We grew soft on our wanderings. We remember the thread of the past was so many planets. You have failed. We are the people of. We grew soft, Wally. On our wandering, we remember the thread of the past. So many. A long journey. You have failed. the people of Misr. We grew soft on our wanderings. We remember the thread of the path. So many a long journey, young Wani. But we are almost home. You have failed the... We are the people of Misr. We grew soft, Wali. On our wandering, we remember this. The thread of the path. So many plans. A long journey, young. The time of Mihna has ended.
We got it. So good at this game.
You are no masquerade cultist. Who are you? The trials of
Shut up, lady. Nobody gives a shit about you.
That security door is encoded for Fremen biometrics. Perhaps we can help each other. I'm a scholar of Fremen, and I've studied the layout between the masquerade and I have yours. I serve no one, and like you, my interests lie in discovering the true extent.
Did that with a few people in the guild and had to wait for someone to finish it before you could walk in. Yeah,
Maybe. And
for sure.
To think they could be anywhere beyond, not entirely. But
They did put out a statement. There is some sort of like technical reason that they gave you the queue. Okay, nobody cares. Innate practicality. All right, we gotta like cut our way through a bunch of shit down here too, don't we? I don't need no stinking Google taco. Figure that shit out the old-fashioned way. Go through a dungeon, you just always turn right. Every time you get to an intersection, you'll never get lost. Large nests of scorpions. I don't think I like that. If I run into a big ass nest of scorpions down here, I'm gonna be pissed. Can we show me the light here?
Our first goal on Arrakis.
Oh, right, it's this.
We will start with these mutated poverty grasses. When we have moisture locked in grasslands, we'll move on to start upland forests, then a few open bodies of water, small at first, and situated along lines of prevailing winds with wind-trap moisture precipitators spaced in the lines to recapture what the wind steals. We must create a true sirocco, a moist wind. We will never get away from the necessity for wind traps. This ecological transformation of Arrakis relies upon us controlling 3% of the energy surface. Only 3% to start a self-sustaining system. Learn this lesson well. Our transformation begins in the plantations of the south and proceeds in simple steps to begin. Find the dunes using grass. Secondly, create deep plantings in the shelter of the downwind face. Finally, introduce burrowing animals to aerate the soil. You will
All
be
right.
tested on how well you have learned to recognize
Grass,
the
downwind face,
transformation.
animals.
Remember your lesson,
Grass.
and the door to the future will open.
Deep plantings. That's what it was. Right? Shelter, tree. Aerate, cavern, bind. Okay, grass, bind. Dunes. Or is it bind, dunes, grass? Which one was fucking bind again? Bind. Bind, dunes, grass.
Very good.
And then deep plantings in the downwind face of the mountains. So planting. What is it? Planting shelter. Probably planting shelter downwind face or something. Planting shelter downwind. Got it.
Brilliant work.
And then animals aerate.
Bind the dunes using grass. Secondly, create deep plantings in the shelter of the downwind face. Finally, introduce burrowing animals to aerate the soil. You will be tested on how well
Okay. Animals aerate soil.
of the ecological transformation. Remember your lessons, and the door to the future will open.
Aerate. Animal. So we're going to put animal. Oh, it was already on aerate. And then we can just click that one until it works. Nice. Okay, so it was animal aerate sand. They said aerate soil, though. Hang on.
To begin, bind the dunes using grass. Secondly, create deep plantings in the shelter of the downwind face. Finally, introduce burrowing animals to aerate the soil. You will be
Yeah.
tested
Nope.
on how well you have learned to
You can't use the word sand
transformation.
to be analogous or interchangeable with soil. Sand is not soil. Fucked up, Aaron. You done fucked up. Yes, take my blood. I feel like that's way more blood than I put in there. Like, I gave it a little trickle, and now there's like this river of flowing blood coming down here. I don't know how much this game thinks that I was able to just give up like that. But, just no. I press E on the little light beam.
Who are you really? This film is... I believe that encryption was of Ixian origin. That's not good. We need an Ixian decoder. Don't be concerned. Besides, parting with
Find a way out of the chamber. That's just another computer. Never mind. I thought maybe that was another chest back there. Oops. Okay. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. How do you guys expect to beat me? yeah. Okay. You want to show me the way out, game? I could have sworn this was it. I don't recall getting out of here being complicated. It was through there. That's funny. Fumbling around like an asshole. Just go to the big ass door. Goodness. Sometimes, let me tell you. I'm usually pretty good at figuring out really complex puzzles, but the minute the answer is to just go in the direction where it looks like you should go, I'm like, but I don't understand. I blame a lifetime of playing Zelda games.
managed to find an Ixian decoder for the Mnemic film anywhere. And that is unusual, given the resources I have access to. It's as if they've been deliberately removed from the face of Arrakis. I'll keep looking, but I wanted to let you know. Keep your eyes open. Maybe one of the towns has a black market trader who kept one in stock. I'll be in
Well,
contact.
thanks, crazy lady. I'm glad that we could touch base on that. All right, I have so many of these, so I need more silicone and more calibrated servos, which I don't really want to deal with. Oh, I can make death stills now. Not that I need them. All right. Oops. Accidentally clicked a little blue dot. I'm going to go do up a little something for lunch here real quick and use the restroom. And then I'll be right back and we'll spend these points and make a plan. All right. We bag some cheese and potato case. I love potatoes. There was a period of time in my life, love of potatoes, carried over into my gaming naming convention. So while I was playing Guild Wars 1, first came out, I had a series of potato themed characters, my favorite of which was a necromancer, Potato Famine. All the character names I've ever had. I honestly think that's the one I'm most proud of. Okay, let's see what we can research here. We got 130 points. We can get 3 of these 40s. We got the cut array. I think we want the thruster. We already have the Mark 6 thruster for the assault, so let's go ahead and get the thruster for that one right there. And then, do we want to get the carrier? Do I even care about the carrier if I'm playing by myself? Does it even matter? I think maybe eventually we'll get it, but I actually don't think we're going to. So we'll get the buggy storage, and then we'll unlock the buggy here in a little while. Let's go to some weapons down here in the Plastanium tier. So we have some Plastanium tier weapons to fall back on. We'll go ahead and unlock Spit Dart, which does a little more damage than the one I'm using now. But that looks good. And then we'll go see about Advanced Mentat. All right. So we're going to enter the passage of Artemis, and then we have to use the Hunter Seeker someone. Oh, hey, I actually have 3 abilities now. Ain't that something? All right. So we'll go through, we'll do all the Mentat quests, get all the Mentat capstones, we'll do all the trooper quests, we'll get all the trooper capstones, then we'll start working our way through some Benny Jez and some Swordmaster stuff. I think that's the one right there. Yes. All right. At some point, we're going to have to go through and get all of the intel points in all of the POIs, because I would like to just unlock everything on the tech tree. I don't, especially since I'm playing solo, I would hate to get to a point where I felt like I wanted something or needed something and just straight up could not access it because I didn't have it. So we want to get as much of the research done as we possibly can. You're not supposed to shoot back, dude. Get got, fool. Okay. Place a Solido decoy as a distraction. Oh, it wants me to do all kinds of things. Okay. Do I have Solido decoy? Can I haven't learned it. Okay. Deploy the Hunter-Seeker drone. No. I was too far away. Porque why? It's fine. Might as well go in here and get our loot real quick. Oh, wow. 3 bits of fuel. Holy cow. That's a lot. Don't have Sugarwire Claw anymore. Okay. We got him, I guess. Why did what look like what? I mean, like, why is it all weird colored and stuff? I don't know. Yeah, I don't particularly like the way the Hunter Seeker drone looks either. It's pretty dumb. But we get it. Oh, I gotta place a poison mine to cover my tracks. Hang on. Probably have to unlock a new skill. Nope. Yep. Alright, now we report to Zane. Which thankfully, they put us right here next to the exit. Hmm. Now we can just go talk to Zane. Zane's a little bit of a weirdo. I don't think me and Zane are ever gonna be friends. I don't know that I could deal with his insanity for more than a minute or two at a time. I do need to figure out. I know there's a quest that's supposed to be where you get the las gun from. And I do want to go raid some people's bases in the deep desert and just generally be a buttface. Since that's really all there is to do in the whole PvP realm of Dune right now. Definitely want to go primarily track down people who are being buttfaces and then go be buttfaces back to them.
I calculated you returning. Is it done? They will rip.
Go steal their bases and take all their shit.
You are a mentat. Everywhere can be brought. You continue to impress. But take care when.
I'm no longer on that world anymore, Taco. I completely left that world for a different one. So that I could just get away from that whole deal. Do you have more quests?
Returning a half hour ago. I have thought on what I am but I do know I am.
All right, what do we got this time? Talk to the Thylaxu trader. Pinnacle Station. Deliver findings to Zane. Well, that's boring. What is this one? Source of power. You place out a powerful generator that continuously regenerates power for nearby allies. The device uses a form of nuclear fission. It's small enough to be safe, provided that it is given adequate time to cool between uses. I don't really care about that. I don't actually care about like any of these, but yeah, I mean, F them, Taco, but I still feel like the whole situation is kind of on me because I could have kicked those people at any time. I could have had a more in-depth vetting system. You know, all kinds of stuff could have happened there. If you want to start a guild, you have to put in the work. And I didn't put in the work, so it fell apart. Hey, I'm down for that. Totally down for that. Daima, why'd you ruin everything? We were all having a good time, and then you fucked it all up. What an asshole. gonna be weird to get one of these quest lines completely done. I'm gonna end up being further along on this character than I was on the guild character in a shorter period of time. Because we were on like day 15 or something like that with the guild. I was only level 120 or something. Yeah.
Welcome to our humble. We have but one simple. Well, there has been kill our pleasure doing. Welcome back. That is forbidden knowledge. Very well. Others before we cannot do, if any, as we have the shipwreck. I am afraid I shall not see you.
200. But not every let's make sure that I'm still tracking the right one here. Not every quest is going to give you all the same rewards, so eventually you stop getting research points for levels. Somewhere around 150 or 160, I think, is what people have told me. I think you maybe still get skill points all the way up, but you don't get... Oh, is this one the one where I have to go into the stupid radiation zone? I hate you, game. But yeah, all levels are not created equal. Getting somewhere to around like 120, I think, is pretty sufficient for making sure that your build is in a good spot and making sure that you have all the research points you need to get all the Plastanium stuff that you want. Especially if you do the PvE stuff and go to all the different POIs that give you intel points, you can definitely, at 120 or so, have way more than enough intel to get pretty much everything you need. There was a person down there. This is my Odom. You cannot base here. I might go ahead and just make all of my bases in the Odom. Just stretch out a little bit here and take over everything. Most of the bases won't even have like refineries and stuff in them because I won't even use them. They'll just be there. Maybe I'll sell them all like pre-made and shit for Solari. I guess I can't really do that because once you destroy the thief console, you lose any of the staking units that you put on there. So it might not be possible. I don't know if structures crumble or if you just lose the staking units. And then could you like add staking units to reclaim that stuff? I'll have to look into it. Fuck did I come back here for? 5 radiation suit. Okay, can't repair it. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Dudes are going ham over there. Why are they so angry? Since we're going to be over here, let's actually go ahead and run into this little area here. So we can go ahead and get ourselves a blueprint and maybe some pieces of an assault ornithopter. So we can make an assault ornithopter easier. We can get like some hull pieces or something like that. That'd be cool. Let's go ahead and put our Shigawire claw back on. Oh, I can't because I put out that other one. Hate my life. Don't care about what's in there. You shut your face. Mine. No. No. Hey, another Adept Burst drill shot. Nice. Now I have a backup. I like having backups. It's nice not to have to worry too much. It is pretty useless, Gravy. Because they said, so they're doing two contradictory things. They're saying that they don't want PvE players to need to PvP if they don't want to. And then they're giving PvE players a region that has almost no value when it comes to gathering the endgame resources compared to the availability of resources in the PvP region. So those two things are contradictory. Either you have to provide equivalent access to resources for both types of players, or you can't claim the PvE players don't need to go into the PvP zone. It's not how any of this works. But I need to like go to the front of the wreck or something like that. Because this is the wreck of Delphus, right? Okay, game. I found the wreck. You want me to go way over here? Is there an entrance over here you want me to be using? Is that? Looks like it. All right. Search the Delphus for Thylaxu information. Oh my god, I can't see a shit. Here's hoping that the Thylaxu information is over here in this room. But it doesn't seem like it is. It seems like it's back there somewhere. Let's follow this around this way. Okay. I hate everything about this. I'm gonna end up dead down here. Oh, goodness. We made it. We got it. All right. The celestial chest with cool cut array. And I see what I hope is a mother friggin' exit. Don't you dare eat me, worm. I swear to God. Alright, deliver my findings to the odd one. That was interesting. I assume people don't go in there very often. I'd be willing to bet if you wanted primarily PvE in a PvP zone, that's where you could get it. That was the opposite of a good time. I don't like darkness I can't see through. I know that you can craft a light and put a light on yourself, but just give me a light. There's no reason to potentially put that barrier in the way. Just let me be able to see where I'm going. You know what I mean? Like, I understand it's a survival game, but come on. Nobody wants to be squinting through the darkness, trying to figure out what direction to go, because they don't happen to have a light on them. And I should be able to learn these right here, right now. Nice. Is this the... Oh, that's a sandcrawler engine. That's interesting that I got the sandcrawler engine and the aluminum tier cut array. Strange. It's all over the place. What can the aluminum tier cut array actually cut? Not gonna tell me. Ooh, that's real fucking cool. Just want to know what it can get me.
Calculated you're back. Have you discovered anything regarding that may be of use? There may be answers here.
Ooh.
You think yes, Sophia, but Mentat, let us begin. Who are you? No. Apologies.
Ooh. Did I just get a sniper rifle? I did just... Ooh. Ooh. That's way better than my sniper rifle. Why didn't anybody tell me I was going to get a crazy sniper rifle at the end of this? That's exciting. That's another 60 damage per shot, almost. Another 55 damage per shot. Hey. Balling out of control over here, let me tell you. All right, well, let's take a look. What does this silly trooper want me to do? Deploy assault seekers, create attractor fields, deploy gravity fields. Okay, assault seekers. Gravity fields, so I need anti-gravity fields, gravity field. Explosive grenade, assault seeker. What was the last one? Attractor fields, gravity fields, assault seekers. Now I don't have the skill points. Okay. So I still can't even do this one yet because I don't have the skill points to make that happen. Which is crazy, but whatever. I have an insanely good sniper rifle, so I'm actually pretty happy. I kind of want to go shoot somebody in the face with it. Gotta admit, sounds like fun. I mean, an extra 50 damage over 200, that's an extra 25% damage, which is cray cray. Gonna make my life way easier in the deep desert testing stations, which is exciting. You're slow. I wonder if this person can see me. I'd like to think they can. These are all medium sized too. I think that's something. Don't need that sandbag booster. Don't really need those. Don't really need that. Don't need that. Need that. Don't need those. Don't need that. Okay. We're probably going to go ahead and keep the long shot just in case I ever need it. I need so many more storage containers. My goodness. Let's see. Don't need these. Okay. Good to go. Hit the research. We'll hit. We got the buggy boot. We want to hit the full buggy. Yeah, we'll hit the full buggy. We're going to be taking buggies out into the deep desert at some point. We're going to need 2 more industrial pumps. And I got to make 6 wings. Darn. Used up all my industrial pumps on these. It takes 25 apiece. So there's almost 200 industrial pumps here. Actually, let's go get some welding wire and repair my welding torch. Let's repair that ornithopter all the way up. We're getting closer to a point where I can just make a Mark 6 ornithopter. We're not super close, but we're not necessarily super far away either. Flower sand. Excellent. I guess I could go out into the deep desert to get flower sand, but why deal with the aggravation? Actually, I should go into the deep desert to get flower sand. Then, if I see a crashed ship, I can also get the industrial pumps I need. Thank goodness that I haven't been on a server with those people who are just sitting around at the entrances to the deep desert and then using some sort of permissions glitch or hack or something to just steal people's ornithopters. If my ornithopter got stolen, I would quit this game so fast. It wouldn't even be funny. I'd just be gone. I wouldn't come back. There are a lot of things that I can get past when it comes to losing my shit. But some asshole stealing it when they're not supposed to be able to is not on that list. I honestly can't believe how long it took for that worm to decide to come after me. I got to gather 40 grabs on the sand before the worm came. I'm only gonna have to go down one more time. I got half of my full inventory full in one go there. It's these soft step boots and this quieter compactor are pretty freaking valuable when it comes to not having to deal with the worm. Nice. That should fill that bad boy up. It did. Not gotta worry about waiting and going back down. We've got our entire ornithopter full, so we might as well just go ahead and dip. When you dip, I dip, we dip. I'm sailing away. This is so dumb. Why do I have so many freaking probe launchers? I have 3 friggin' probe launchers. Right. Yeah, give me 1,000 silicone. And then give me some of that sweet dirt aluminum. Nice. And then let's go see about some industrial pumps real quick. So that we can make an assault orny. So that we can start flying around in an assault ornithopter. Because that sounds like more fun. We've been flying this freaking little scout orny for like a week straight now. The poor thing's on its last legs. Its engine's gonna shit out. We've just been driving this thing into the ground. And if I have a bigger ornithopter that I can't put in my storage, in my personal storage, then I have a much larger motivation to finish my docking station. Which honestly, I need to do. And we should do a little of that today. Get a little build action going on. That sounds like it could be exciting. I need to find a better place to harvest granite. I mean, I can get a little granite here. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass. So we'll go ahead and make our assault ornithopter. And then we'll do a granite harvest. And then we'll finish building at least part of the docking station. You know what I'm starting to kind of think, though, is that maybe instead of making the docking station inside, what if we made it outside? And instead of making and instead of trying to make the interior of it and then put all those little docking stations, what if we made like a pillar? Like a small hexagon. And then inside of that small hexagon, this is insanely fun, by the way. Inside of that small hexagon, we could make a staircase where we could, go up and down to get to the different ships. And then on the outside of the hexagon, we put a spiral. Yeah, I like that much, much better. It also would make things a lot easier when it came to the ground support and stuff that I've been having trouble with. So I think we're probably actually going to tear down my entire existing structure and then rebuild something new. I have a different idea that I'd like to try. I think it'll just be easier to implement and honestly be kind of cool. Oh, it is so laggy down here. Don't you fucking shoot that sniper rifle at me. Better chickadee check yourself before you wreck yourself. The sniper rifle is so OP. Now we get the house burst drill shot as well. Nice. Now I got backups on backups on backups. Good old Godzilla Mountain. So these structures that I want to make likely won't be able to hold a carrier, but they should each hold an assault ornithopter. I kind of want to connect it to the main part of the base here. And I want it to be like completely open air. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of just like put a spire up. Maybe from like right about there. And then that spire is just going to be a hexagon. So we'll either... Well, I'll show you. It's going to be fun. That's all that matters. We actually should go ahead and get this build started before we make the assault Orny. We don't want to leave it. So we'll just move this out here where we can actively put everything away. And we'll go to the demolish button. We're just going to tear this whole fucking thing down. Hey, there we go. I love being able to move these storage bins. Can I not just put the storage bin on the ground? That's mildly annoying. Oh, I could have just put it on the ground. That's weird that it didn't want to let me put it down here, but it would have let me put it up there. All right, so now we've got quite a bit of stuff to use. Whoops. Because I want to keep just 3 sides. Hang on. Or just 6 sides, not 3 sides. So do I have to use triangles to do that? Yeah, okay. So we have to use just triangles. What I did forget, though, was to connect these. So I do actually have to destroy this whole thing. And then connect that to this first. But that'll give me a hexagon, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sides. And then I can build off of these sides. So this is where I'll want my walls to be. Right? And then I'll have 2 walls per side. And we'll take these all the way up to the top. And then inside of here, every time there's a landing pad, there will be a door. And then inside of here, you'll actually like wind your way down to the base. And then from the bottom of it, we'll connect to the main base over here. And then there will be a bunch of like storage units and stuff like that that are out on the platforms. So wherever you land, you just dump everything in the storage. And then I think all the way up on top, we'll do the same thing like we were planning on doing, where we'll create sort of a control tower. And then halfway up this spire, we'll connect it to another spire right over there. It goes down. It'll probably go down farther because there's lower structure down there. But we'll connect this to another spire. We'll bring the other spire down, and then we'll have like a twofer over here. But we have to destroy this because I didn't connect it. And we need to go to our furniture, to our lighting, to our dispenser lamps. Let's get some flipping light out here because it's dark. And I need to be able to see what the fuck I'm doing. Perfect. I like the way the dispenser lamps light up the rock at night too. I'm going to have to get some external lighting features because this rock is just too pretty with the light dancing off of it like that. Okay, so how do we connect this to that? I don't know if I want to keep this landing pad out here that's connected to the main part of it. It's convenient, but I don't know if I want it. So I think I'm going to think on it. I got to use the restroom real quick and I'll think on it while I'm on the can. And we'll come back with maybe an idea. Okay. We are back. So let's keep this. Let's maybe use the natural rock. Yeah, there we go. We'll use the natural rock. So let's actually not keep this. Move this bad boy back inside here. And then let's tear down this whole landing pad. What we want to do is we want to connect this Okay. So what does it take to get up there? We're going to take some inclines and see one. Okay. Don't want that then. So what if instead we incline from here? How well does this ramp up there? it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sides. Fantastic. Let's fill in the middle. And then we'll put more stairs. Uno, dos. Tres. And then we don't need these things behind. And can we also get rid of that? And we get ourselves some nice little railings here. Some incline railings. I want nobody falling off the edge, and then these railings, nice, are just gonna push into the rock structure, which I love. I love that the rock just kind of covers up parts of your build. It makes building next to the rocks really nice, right? Like we just form fitted this right into the wall. And it just looks superb. Okay, so once we get up here, this is going to have to be a door here. Do I want to make it a big door, or do I want to make it a little door? Because we could make it like a whole big ass door. Which I think I like, right? This goes to the hangar, and that implies, you know, industrial shit going on.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Like, oh shit, it's like here. How do I get a staircase to go around this? Does it need to be like this? Or like this? So I kind of wanted to leave the entire interior open, but I don't think I'm actually going to be able to do that. I think I'm going to have to enclose the entire interior except where these bits come up. But if I do that, I'm going to have to do it all in triangles. And if I do it all in triangles, then I don't have the attachment points that I want. Because I want this one here, but then I want to go up two more. And then I want to have the next one here, right? And then go up two more and then have the next one in the backside. And then go up two more and have the next one that way. And then up two more and have the next one that way, which would be 12 walls high, which I think is possible. Let's see, we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, see you some other time, Gravy. Thanks for stopping by and saying what's up. 12. Okay. Yeah, so that's plenty. And then I can even put a nice big observation deck on top of that. But that gives us 12, which will give us 6 per spire. which I like. Interior is difficult, though. I guess. Okay. I've got it. So that gives us the flat that we want for the landing. So once I get insufficient oh, okay. I need to put walls. Okay. So now I can go up 2 more. And then put the same thing here. And then we do our inclines again, and it should take us to connect literally right there. Okay, it connects a little further in. It's not perfect. And that can take us right up to this next landing. And then we can sort of run that around. I don't necessarily like the way that looks. It's a little janky. Because it doesn't line right up with the other triangle. So it's a little awkward. But we don't even actually have to have the rest of this, right? We could just make this from here around to here. So it's only covering half. And then the rest of that side over there, let's see how we like how that looks. We get rid of all of that. We'll put some railings. And then instead of each level having an entire catwalk, you only get a half a catwalk. I like that much better. And if we always go to the left, that walk will actually be kind of interesting. Right, because we'll have roofs and we'll go here. So we've got, whoops. So we'll have one here, here, and here. And then here, here, and here. And that'll end, and it'll push up that way towards that one. In our specials, we'll get that, that, and that. Okay. Yeah, I think that'll work just fine. It is not the perfect or ideal solution, but it is serviceable and interesting, and I dig it. Let's get our entire interior placed. Nope. That'll go straight out to another one. This one will go out. To another one here. And then the next one goes right up here. Coming around this way. Another big double door. This will be another landing pad. This may not stretch out far enough. How far? How many can we go? 1, 2, 3, and a little. So you could at least land a scout right here, but that's probably going to be the extent of it. This is probably going to end up being a slightly smaller landing pad than any of the others. But I think that'll be okay. Because I honestly only think I want them about 4 long. I don't even know if assault ornithopters can get in a too wide space. This whole thing may have to be reworked. If anything, we'll make this one the scout ornithopter landing, and we'll make the other one bigger. And it can be assault ornithopter landing. If it comes down to it. So we want 2 more. I don't know. What are y'all thinking? Like the idea? Do you get the idea? Does it seem just absolutely horrible? And then we need roofs. Bam, bam, bam. Then we need inclines. Bam. More roofs. Gonna have a door here. I also want to make these landing pads like all pentashieldy. So I don't want the landing pads to really be enclosed. I want to put them out there on a pad and then cover them with pentashields. So there's a trick that I want to check on where if you just put a pentashield across a small height, like a half wall, then you can land on the pentashield and get the benefit of being inside without actually being inside. So I'll kind of show you what I mean here. Let's get some roofs and we'll just check it actually. So we're going to put roofs out like this. And these will be the landing pads. So we could even make it wider, right? We could make it a 4 wide because it's not going to interfere because the next one's going to be below it. And then the way we'll do this is I want to get like a half a wall. And I only want to get a little bit of a half a wall. Hmm. And then we want to go back to this. We want to look at the pentashield. We not connect it. Here we go. So we want to connect it there. Okay, it's not letting us connect to these. We have to demolish. Let's go back to half walls. Then can I put these like this, and is that good enough? So yeah, it would be something like this. And then so instead of having like a 2 high pentashield, I get to have this sort of open exposure thing going on to be able to cover my vehicle. Which is sort of interesting. It's not great, right? Because you're still, it's kind of right at your head level. It's a little weird. But your vehicle gets to sort of sit out in this more open kind of way. Or I can take it all the way up And then put pentashields across the sides as well. And have it open that way. Really just not 100%. It's kind of cool like this, though. I kind of like it. Bisects that door, too. Gosh, that's just so weird. I really wish that that wasn't so weird. We might need to try and find a way to get it even further onto the ground, where it's just like all the way down on the ground. Maybe by attaching it to something that's underneath the door or the wall, the ceiling here, and maybe it'll do what I want. Let's find out. Let's go back here. Let's go back to walls. Let's go back to the half walls. And then instead of setting them up above, let's go ahead and set them up below. And then let's take a look. And the shield here. Can I set it up sort of above? Doesn't really look like I can. Looks like I can attach below, but I can't attach above at all. It looks like a half step is as good as I can get. I wonder if I can... do anything weird with... Let's go back here. Go to roofs. Let's just get a regular roof off of here. And let's go to inclines. Not quite 100% on how we're going to try and do these yet. But for now, it should be pretty easy. Just to get this structure made. Just about done here. Need to drink more water. Okay. Is this the last tier right here? This is the last tier right here. It actually has to go up 14 though. Oh no, it doesn't. It's the last one, and one will already be poking out this way. It's a nice little spiral. Okay. So we go to build our walls. Plunk that down. And we go with the walls. And then once we get up to the top here, I'm actually going to stretch it out. It's going to look very phallic, I'm realizing now. But there's not really anything you can do about that. Just a lot of things look phallic. Okay, so that'll be the last floor there. And so when we go up to the next tier, we're going to put our triangles then we're actually going to make this one go all the way around. And then not only is it going to go around, but it's going to go out one. Let's get the rails. And then we want roofs. And then do I want... So are we finally in a position where we can do roof, 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 roof? And then we just triangle it all up. Okay, so this will be like the observation deck. So when we look at the walls here, we want to look at the windowed walls. I don't really like those. What do we got over here? I like the idea of putting these up, but I don't like... Yeah, I think our only real option is just to put these windows all the way around. And then, I mean, you can see out. Or do we create our own windows? Here we go. Here's how it goes. We create our own windows. And the way we do that is with half walls. So I want to make sure this is actually going to work first. So what I want to do is I want to make a half wall there. And then I want to go up 2 walls. So let's go ahead. We'll just put this right here just to see if it works. We'll go up 2 walls. And then we'll put a half wall off the side of that. That's not accurate. We demolish that. We put a roof. What we need here is a triangle, right? What we need here is a flat. Then a triangle. Then we can dangle the little half a wall off of there. And then we get another flat. It goes right here. And then we can get the half a walls. Go all the way this way. Not that one. Not that one. Okay. So now what I want is I want to see, can I put one of these bad boys in this gap? The answer is I absolutely can. Ammo. Ammo. Now we create our own. So we can do that at the half height, or we can do it at the bottom height. It's a lot of walls. It's a lot of pentashields. But I think it's kind of worth it. Because it'll be 6, 12 total pentashields. Go around like that. Or do we just do the edges? So we don't do where the triangles go. That'll save us 6 pentashields and give us the structure that we need. So that's perfect. There we go. And then let's make an interesting wall. Or use an interesting wall. We have cool walls. Or are we pretty much just limited to what we've got here? We have the protruding wall. Let's just use the protruding wall. That'll give it a more rounded shape. And then we can demolish those, right? Okay, cool. So everywhere where the triangle's at, we get this slightly protruding wall. We'll do something interesting with the roof of this as well, because I think we have the space. Yeah, we've got maybe another wall's worth of space up here. So we'll find something kind of semi-interesting to do with that vert. And then we go to roofs. Oh, shiznit. I got too focused. Got too focused. So each of these get a triangle. And we're just going to do this for structure. And then each of these get a roof. And then lots of half walls. All the way around. Whoop. Both the tops and the bottoms. This is 100% going to look like a penis. And there's just nothing I can do about it. It's a cool design. I'm gonna like it when it's done. But it's a tower, right? And that's just what towers look like. All right, then we go back to the regular stuff. We go to utilities here. We look at this. And then we just place these in here. Build. 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 Build and build. Okay. So now you've got a whole observation deck. And you can see right out from all 6 sides. You can't actually see, but it's not about it being functional, because nobody's going to be up here directing air traffic, right? There's no air traffic control happening. So we don't actually have to give a crap about if you can see out or not. And now we've got 1 ceiling worth of space up here. 1 wall height. Yeah, looks like 1 wall height. So let's go to inclines. And let's see what we can do with 1 wall height. Honestly, we could just play it super simple, right? And just do an incline, kind of like the lower sloping incline. We could try and have... Well, so let's see. So if we do the lower sloping incline, we actually end up with a weird problem. So what we would need to do instead is we lower sloping incline on these bits. Then we got to come up with a triangle here. Is there a triangle that fits in that space of some sort? I don't actually think there is. I feel like this should be the one, but I don't think we have triangle inclines. That's strange. Is there a roof, maybe? What about this? That almost fits.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I guess the other thing we can do is we can put the... We could put the low sloped walls in there and then just leave it uneven, where there's inclines sometimes and there's not other times. I don't really like that idea though. I guess the other option is just to leave it flat. There's going to be quite a bit of texture, you know, because we have all of the... we have all the docking bays or whatever that are going to be poking out all around the sides. And then we're going to connect it to another tower over there. And we've got this air traffic control protrusion here. So we've got quite a bit of interesting texture and stuff on this. So if we don't go the extra mile with it, hey, look at that. A person I get to ban. Don't come into my Discord. Well, I guess it's in the self-promotion channel. Never mind. You can stay, Richard. At least you used the right channel. Good for you. Fantastic work. So I could put this here. You know, I actually don't hate that. Gotta drink some more water, though. Let's place these, and then we'll look at it from the air when we don't have the weird blue lights everywhere from being in our build thing. And then we can actually take these ceilings down. At least most of them. We won't be able to take the triangle ceilings down because they'll be covering up part of this. Although it might look weird from the inside if we do take the ceilings down. Or maybe it won't. I don't really know. Then we get wedge walls. We get the little wedge walls. And I don't care really which face shows. Because it's kind of just the same thing no matter what. Okay, you. Demolish that. And then if we demolish these, then we just get these triangle protrusions, which is interesting, I guess. And then we just fill this in. I think I need all triangles to fill it in the way I want. Okay. And that'll be the whole thing, except for the landing pads. So let's get out our ornithopter. Let's fly it out this way. You know, that actually doesn't look nearly as much like a penis as I thought it would. I mean, it does. It's not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. Also, I feel like maybe it doesn't have enough landing pads. I feel like maybe instead of doing a spiral, what if instead we did a stagger? So this one would go every 4, and then this one would alternate every 2, and then the same one would alternate every 2 here. And then honestly, we could just kind of put them out the front side here and not even necessarily worry about this back side that's kind of got these rocks and stuff in the way. We could even put it on just 5 of them and not the 6th. But that might give us a little better opportunity here. Yeah, I think I like the stagger idea because I want more texture on the front of this. And there's just not going to really be any. So we'll pull a stagger. I definitely think 4 is high enough that you can come in and land. not have a problem. I kind of want to even this out by dropping a couple of walls and another angle underneath this to make it look like it's a foundation right here. I definitely kind of think I want to do that. But yeah, I think this is going to look really good. I like the observation deck in the top. Kind of dig the whole thing. It's a vibe. Okay. Whoop. Also takes way less granite than my last one was going to. I still got 800 granite over here. So let's get some walls. Let's go over here. We want a wall on the underside of this. Wall on the underside of this. And we want roofs. We want triangles. Right there. And right there. It doesn't quite line up because this game's stupid. Can I place a wall on the outside of this to give it like a... No, of course you can't. Okay, well, it's not perfect, but it's good enough. Good enough for government work. Now we have to consider, so if I don't use these back two, right? If I don't put any landings here and I don't put any landings here, we have the ability to maybe build something back here, which I like, that we can use to connect both of these spires. So I could like build out to here to connect to something and then build out from here to connect to spire number 2 instead of connecting the spires directly. And then I can also use these back two as a place where my my ladders can go. So I could change the entire inside of this. So instead of going half up, half up, half up, and doing a spiral, we could just use that backside. Oops. So we need to put ourselves back out a storage container here. I want to move all that granite into it because I want to keep all that. Okay. Then we're going to want to demolish that, right? Yeah, we don't want that one or that one. I want to build walls. Okay, well, we'll deal with that later. Talking to myself again. Stupid. God. So how do we want to get climbed up back here? Is there an interesting way? Because we want to do it from one of these. Or do we want to make... That wouldn't work. Hmm. Do we go from the middle, maybe? Can I put a structural pillar right in the middle of this? I can. If we do that, we can put a roof on it. Can the roof go right on the center of it? No, it cannot. Wish we could get something on that middle. We could get this on there. Look real good. This doesn't really look that nice, though. And it doesn't play well with the inclines. And it doesn't play well with the roofs. Can I not even put a roof flat on top of there? Nope. It wants me to go off. But that's not terrible, I guess, though. I go off to the side. Can I get... No. And then it just kind of gets in its own way, doesn't it? If I go up here like this with the pillar in the center for structural support, then I suppose I have the option to go ahead and make the interior hexagon again. And if we have the interior hexagon, what can we do with the incline? What about these inclines? That almost looks nice, actually. Hmm. Too bad that doesn't go all the way into that wall on the second. Because if this would just go up into both of these walls, instead of trying to make a square, if it was able to make a hexagon, that'd actually be kind of cool. But there's maybe something that can happen. Can we put these? No. It won't go on the point on the floor here. Unless maybe we put a wall. Okay, so we can get a wall there. And then if we do that, get one of these to go. Okay, we can. Hmm. So one of the few things I can think is these are the two sides that I want to save. So what if we just alternate it? Oops. So one time you would go up from here and have your trip around. And one time you would go up from the other way and go to here. Oh, but instead of two, you just want one, right? Dum-dum. Because we're using triangles, Hermit. Let's just put this out real quick. And then we hit the incline. Right there. And then that can go all the way around, and then the next one will come from here, go to there. So we can do our roofs all the way around, and each floor will just have a complete landing, I think. And then the next floor's landing. Oop, I only have 60 seconds. Just want to see how this looks real quick. Come on. The next floor's landing will come down to here. This. And we can have all of our little railings. Railing, 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 railing. And that's what that'll look like. And it'll just alternate. The next one will come up from here, one level above. I think that's what we'll do. And I think we're going to call that the end of the stream today. That's a solid 6 hours. Got a lot of stuff done, even though I didn't think I was all that productive early on. So I'm going to click this before y'all start seeing my credentials. But yeah, I really appreciate everybody coming out. It was a pretty active chat here today. So I really appreciate that especially. I know that building is sometimes a little boring, but the end result of building I think is really exciting. So I don't know, maybe I'll do more building when I'm on my own, and then I'll just showcase that building to you all. I don't know. Let me know how you feel about it and what you think is more interesting. If you like watching me struggle and learn about the building process, then definitely we'll do more of that on stream. And if not, then we won't. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming out and hanging out and saying what's up. I will be back again tomorrow, hopefully with at least one of these hangars done so that we can show it off a little bit. So I hope everybody has a great night, and I will see you all on the next one.